If you will, take your hats off and let's go to Lord in word of prayer. I know I got the barn's attention as well. Let's go to Lord in word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we do want to come to you this morning. And Lord God, we thank you for the opportunity just to come together in fellowship under cover while you bring rain to us. Lord, we ask that you just be with us. Lord, we ask that you be in our presence. Lord, we ask that you would calm all nerves and anxiety. Lord, give us a peace that just passes all understanding. Lord, as parents and adults, I pray that we know and we understand that each of these kids is watching the things that we do, the things that we say, the way that we act. And we are teaching the next generation how they are to do and how they are to act and what they are to say. And so, Lord God, allow us to be in your presence. Allow us to do those things that you would desire for us to do. Lord, as parents and grandparents, allow us to be supportive and encouraging as we go through this day. Allow us to do things that glorify you and not ourselves. Lord, allow us to win with grace. Allow us to lose with grace. Allow us to be humble in every aspect of today's show. Lord God, we pray your will be done. We pray over our judges. We pray over our volunteers. We thank you for the opportunity to be here, and we lift it to you today in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. With our first class of Duroc, right after I introduce to you our judge, Mr. Levi Moyer. Kind of put him on the spot. I said, hey, can you write me a bio real fast? And he's still trying to write a bio, and I'm trying to read it over his shoulder. Ten-Mile-Day Ranch, CPX Trucking, Intervac, Republican Services, FO&O, Derek and Christy Norwood, Circle H Contracting, Garrett and Caitlin Thomas, Cowboy Dumpster Rentals, Agent H Insurance, Cowboy Classic Show Series, C-Squared Livestock Services, VIP Roofing, Candace and Carrie Potter, Cowboy Church of Ellis County, Texas First Inspection, Italy FFA Alumni and Friends, Texas Elite Dumpster Rental, Our Country Store, Edward Jones, Ferris, Texas, and Texas Hunt for a Cure. We are starting our first class of Durocs. Coming into the ring is Kayla Huston, Dylan Barcenas, Cam Anderson, Rustin Holloman, Chandler Westmoreland, Preston Prescott Westmoreland, Cameron Elmore, Paige Sebring, John T. Farmer, Ashlyn Panther, Barrett Holloman, Caitlin Jennings, Nash Rucks, Riley Richardson. These pigs weigh from 224 pounds to 275 pounds. This is your first class of Durocs with 14 entrants. We want to thank Levi Moyer for coming and being our judge today from Newcastle, Oklahoma. He has a 300-head sow farm and shows pigs at the state and national level all across the U.S. After high school, he attended Glenn Junior College, member of the 2010 National Championship judging team. He's now living in Conroe, Texas with his wife and two daughters. We thank him for being here today as well. I've said it in every show all week long, and I'll say it again. Guys, each and every single one of these sponsors that you see on these blue boards and on these walls and everywhere around here, these are the businesses and people that are supporting our kids. And so it's up to us to support these businesses.
to bring back and sort through for your top 8 individuals that are left out here. A couple of these hogs just need to be better from a structural standpoint in terms of loosen them up off of both ends of their skeleton. Some need to be better from just a rib and bill standpoint today. Give all these kids a round of applause as they exit the ring. little bit of a tougher top trio here to sort through. I land on the young ladies bear here, driving directly at me. This one's just fresher about his appearance. He's taller at the point of his shoulders. He's a bear that just blends the best in terms of a profile when you step off to the side of him. I read that bear just a bit truer in terms of the way he handles his hip and hind leg. He doesn't overwhelm you in terms of power as he comes and leads you. I think he's more than adequate within this class, and I think this is a freshness and appearance is what lands him over the young man's bear here that's going to come second. I'll be the first to admit, from a feature standpoint, skull, forearm, blade, and foot and bone, this one is as rugged as any that came in the ring here within this first class. He's ultra powerful when you get up on top of him. That guy just needs to be taller in terms of his cannon bone, lengthening him out there. You need to read that guy just a bit better in terms of the way he comes to the surface. He gets a bit shorter and choppier in terms of his stride, but you can't diminish that guy in terms of just a power, width, and muscularity standpoint. Young lady's hope here that's going to come next is another one that's tall and up-headed, gives you a good look. Just when you get up on top of that guy, of those initial trio, he's the flattest in terms of his rib shape. He's the plainest and most nondescript from a muscle standpoint. And then when I get on either end of him, he wants to close up and do his base the most of those initial three there. The young man's bear here that's going to come next is another one. It's kind of cut out of the same mold. Very tall, elegant, gives you a good look. Extremely well presented bear. Just needs to be better from a muscularity standpoint. And I read that one just a bit shorter in terms of his hip and hind leg. Doesn't reach and go with the extra gear that I'd like him to do to move up into that top three. Young man's hope here is going to come next is one that's just extremely bold in his center body, extremely stout. Right there when you get him behind him, the longer the drive wears on, that bear wants to get shorter and chop in his stride. Not near as comfortable. That bear doesn't blend together as good as some of the other ones there ahead of him. I'd like to see that one just a bit taller there at the point of his shoulder. Clean him up into his crest ever so slightly. Get on down the line here, got some hogs that just need to be better from a structural standpoint. Hogs that are too upright in terms of the angle to their shoulder and knee. They just need to be laid back, more comfortable as they get around the ring to move up any further. Give all these kids a round of applause for a nice set of Duroc.
All right. Again, we sell 6 out of this class. We're going to announce the top 8. Ashland Panther is your first place, Italy FFA. Second, Rustin Holloman, Midlothian FFA. Third, Paige Sebring, Red Oak FFA. Fourth, Shiner Westmoreland, Ellis County 4-H. Fifth, John T. Farmer, Ellis County 4-H. 6th, Riley Richardson, Waxahachie FFA. 7th, Cam Anderson, Midlothian FFA. 8th, Dylan Barcinas, Avalon FFA. Coming into the ring, Class 2, we have 11 entries. Weights go from 278 pounds to 298 pounds. Addison Stratton, Midlothian. Colt Perry, Waxahachie. Georgia Tab, Ennis. Paisley Velasquez, Maypearl. Shane Glenn, Ellis County. Logan McAdams, Midlothian. Megan Whiting, Midlothian. Robert Brunt, Italy. Levi Turntime, Paris. Emma Spurlock, Palmer. Kylie Roselle, Maypearl. This is your Class 2 Duroc. 11 entries.
We'll work through these top 8 here in this fight. set of red dogs here. Young lady here directly in front of me in the orange tennis shirt here is going to win this class. And I think you really got to admire this one from his hip forward. I really like this red hog in terms of the way his head ties up onto his shoulders. He's extremely fresh in his appearance. He's 12 o'clock today, a bear that gives you a great look when you step off to the side of him. He's more than adequate in terms of his freshness and shape when you get up on top of him, right there on the backside of his blade. He's got a turn over his loin. He's stout right there out of his hip. If I want to fix that guy ever so slightly, I'd like to bring him inside of himself ever so slightly. When you step in behind him, he wants to get outside of his skeleton, but he still handles it extremely well, still functions and gets out and goes. That's a nice red hog to go ahead and win this class. I think it's awfully close between second and third, and I wouldn't argue with you either way. I just chose to land on the one that's a bit more functional from a skeletal standpoint. I read this darker red bear here, just more laid back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. Subsequently, he takes a longer, more comfortable stride out of his shoulder and his blade, and right there out of his hip and hind leg. He can reach and grab another gear as that young lady drives him. He is the plainest, though, in his shape of those initial two, and that's where he falls there in second. I'd like to see him just a bit more descript right there on the backside of his blade, with more turn to his loin, but that's a nice red hog there to come in second. Young man here is going to come third, has the most expressive and muscular one of the initial three. The longer the drive wore on, though, I just read that bear just too upright, the angle to his shoulder and knee. He doesn't reach and go with more as much comfort out of his shoulder and front end as I'd like. And then the longer the drive wore on, you can kind of see that one wants to get shorter and choppier in terms of his stride and reach right there out of his hip and hind leg. You certainly got to appreciate that guy because he's packed full of muscle, got tons and tons of power when you get up on top of that one skeleton. Young man's hog here is going to come next. Just kind of ran into three really tough ones. This bear is good, productive market bear. He's good in terms of his rib shape, good in terms of a muscularity standpoint. Needs to be better from an eye appeal standpoint, like to elevate him ahead of his blade. Just set that neck right there up on top of his shoulders just to tick higher, give him a more show bear look when you step off to the side of him. Young man's hog here is going to come next. Kind of just kept working his way up the longer the drive wore on. And then when you study him, that one just gets too flat in terms of his rib shape. Gets too plain from a muscularity standpoint when you get up on top of him. Then when you step in behind that guy, he wants to close up to his base as much as any of those initial five there, and that's why he falls there into the fifth hole. Get on down the line here. Got a couple of hogs that just need to be better from a skeletal standpoint, a muscularity standpoint. A couple of them need to be better from a feel standpoint to move up any further. Give all these young kids a round of applause. We'll work through the next class of Duroc.
First place, class 2, Shane K. Clinton, Ellis County. Second, Emma Spurlock, Palmer, FFA. Third, Logan McAdams, Midlothian. Fourth, Robert Ruff, Italy, FFA. Fifth, Levi Turntime, Ferris, FFA. Sixth, Georgia Town, Ennis, FFA. 7, Kylie Rochelle, Maypearl, FFA. 8, Healing Whiting, Midlothian, FFA. Coming in, class 3, Duroc, weighing from 300 pounds to 357 pounds. Brady Whitney, Italy. Harper Harrison, Waxahachie. Chloe O'Neill, Ennis. Natalie Schroepel, Waxahachie. Callie Richardson, Ennis. Addie Gazaway, Waxahachie. Chelsea Evans, Italy. McKinley Fedora, Waxahachie. Kellen Merkel, Ellis County. Avery Fincher, Waxahachie. Lucas Babbitt, Maypearl. Bailey Brewster, Waxahachie. Amory Glass, Ellis County 4-H. Briley Meister, Waxahachie. Carter Brush, Midlothian. The largest class with 15 entries. This is the final class of Duroc before we have the championship drive.
high of those initial I'd like to clean him up and do his throat latch and just give him just a bit better look when you get off to the side of him. But you certainly got to appreciate that one from a balance and skeletal standpoint to go ahead and land there in third. Young lady's hog here that's going to come next is kind of cut out of the same mold in terms of being up-headed and gives you a good look. Just needs to be opened up more off either end of his skeleton. Of those first four there, that one closes up the most into his base as he comes and leaves me. Then when you get up on top of him, he's too plain in terms of his muscle shape, too narrow out of his pin set there when he stepped in behind him. Young lady's hog here that's going to come next really wanted to fight her, and I give her a tremendous amount of hand for just sticking with that one. That hog's good from just a practicality market hog standpoint. Good body shape, good rib shape, muscularity good. Needs to be better from a skeletal standpoint and a balance standpoint to move up any further today. Get on down the line here, got some hogs that need to be better from a skeletal standpoint, need to be better from just a muscularity and width standpoint to move up any further today. Give all those kids a round of applause. We'll bring our class winners back out. Get you a champion in reserve Duroc.
First place, Natalie Strofel, Waxahachie. Second, Lucas Babbitt, Maypearl. Third, Bailey Brewster, Waxahachie. Fourth, Addie Gazaway, Waxahachie. Fifth, Kellen Merkel, Ellis County 4-H. Sixth, Chloe O'Neill, NSFFA. 7, Callie Richardson, NSFFA. 8, McKinley Fedora, Waxahachie FFA. At this time, we are about to have our championship drive for Duroc. So we will ask, back in the ring, Class 1, Ashland Panthers, first place, and second, Rustin Holloman. From Class 2, we will ask, back in the ring, Shane Glenn and Emma Spurlock. From Class 3, Natalie Strofel and Lucas Babbitt. We will bring in our first place winners from all three classes, and then allow the judge to move from there.
Certainly pleased with the quality of the Duroc show here. Nothing to take away from the lightweight, but personally for me, you get them back out here, I think this is kind of a two-horse race. I'll kind of describe the differences that I see. The middleweight hog, I really, really like that one from his hip forward. The way that one's designed, the way his neck ties into his shoulders, extremely fresh about his appearance. Kind of said within that class, I think that one was at 12 o'clock today. I don't know what he looked like a week ago, but he looks on point today. In terms of a freshness and shape standpoint, he's good in terms of his center body and upper rib, good in terms of his feel, good in terms of a muscularity standpoint. You want to get critical on that guy, and you want to lengthen him out of his hip a quarter of an inch and let him just level it out. I wouldn't argue with you, but I think he handles his hip and hind leg adequately. But that's how I kind of see that one. The heavyweight, from a balance and presence standpoint, that's as good as any in this Duroc breed. That one's extremely eye-appealing from when you step off to the side of him. He's good in terms of what his lines. He's good out of his hip. For a Duroc especially, that one handles his hip and hind leg exceptionally. On that one, I ask myself, is he fresh enough today? Does he have enough shape when you get up on top of him? I wouldn't argue with you either way. The one that hit me hardest today is going to be the middleweight. He'll be your champion.
Champion is Shane Caitlin.
Bring the second place back out of that class, and that one certainly doesn't diminish the quality of the lineup, but there's another one that just hit me awfully hard. You give this one just to take more shape when you get up on top of them. I really, really like this one. The heavyweight, she'll be your reserve champion.
Reserve champion goes to Natalie Stropo, Waxahachie. Now we're moving on to the white OTBs. We have two classes. First class is going to have 5 entries. They're going to go from 220 pounds to 256 pounds. Jacob Kraft, Midlothian. Savannah Murray, Waxahachie. Garrett Sebring has 2 entries. Both Fredo. Logan Abade from Waxahachie. Abade.
Young man here to my left going to lead this class off, and I think when you study these two, especially these top two here, I think this one's just taller at the point of his shoulders. I think this one gives you a better look when you step off to the side of him. Where they really sort themselves for me is when you get up on top of him. This one's just more opened up in his upper and center rib. He's good in terms of his feel, good in terms of his functionality and skeleton, the way that one gets out and goes extremely soft in his joints, hits the surface, extremely comfortable. He doesn't overwhelm you in terms of power from a hit standpoint. I think he's more than adequate, though, within this class. A nice pair there to go ahead and lead the class off. Young ladies hog here that comes second is one that's just good from a practicality standpoint. Good center body, good muscularity. Need to fix that one at the top of his crest. Need to fix him to his throat just to go ahead and rival our class winner. But that one's good in terms of a practicality standpoint. Young man's bear here, it's going to come third, is another one that's extremely up-headed, elevated, gives you a great presence when you step off to the side of him. Of those initial three, though, he's the plainest in terms of from a muscularity standpoint. He's the flattest in terms of his rib shape, the narrowest off either end of his skeleton. On down the line here, the two hogs that are going to come fourth and fifth need to be better from a skeletal standpoint. Both of those hogs just too uprightly angled to their shoulder and knee, not near comfortable enough up either end of their skeleton out here within this class. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll work to your next class.
First place goes to Garrett Sebring, Red Oak, 256-pound hog. Second also goes to Garrett Sebring, Red Oak, 245-pound hog. Third, Logan Aviday, Waxahachie. Fourth, Savannah Murray, and fifth, Jacob Kraft. Second class, White OTB, has 7 entries, ranging from 266 pounds to 333 pounds. Ethan Panther, Italy. Briley Beeson, Maypearl. Wade Sloan, Waxahachie. Shiner Westmore, Ellis County. Eliana Gurry, Maypearl. Dyson Leach, Ellis County. Jake Chapman, Midlothian.
Nice set of heavyweight Chester hogs here. Young man here closest to me is going to lead this class off. This one's just better. He can reach and go and get another deer from a skeletal standpoint, more specifically right there out of his hip and hind leg. That one can hit the surface and go with just more flex and comfortability right there out of his hip and hock in relation to the young man's bear hair is going to come second. I'll be the first to admit the young man's bear hair second is more expressive from a muscularity standpoint when you get up on top of him. But that one just struggles too much, especially right there out of his blade. He's too short in terms of his reach and strike, not near comfortable enough out of his hip and hind leg, but two nice heavyweight Chester hogs there on the top end. Young man here that's going to come next is one from a practicality standpoint is good from just his rib shape, muscularity standpoint, needs to be better from a freshness standpoint and just a width standpoint when you get on either end of him in relation to the two hogs there directly in front of him. But from a practicality standpoint, that one is a good practical market hog. Next hog out here, actually the next two hogs out here are kind of cut out of the same mold. Big hogs in terms of their weight and muscularity need to be better from a balance and a balance standpoint, a freshness standpoint. But those hogs are good from just their rib shape and practical good market hogs. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that are good in terms of their balance. Need to be better from a width and muscularity standpoint. You don't need to be better from a freshness standpoint to move up any further today. Let's give all those kids a round of applause. Go get you a champion reserve checker.
First place, Ethan Panther, Italy FFA. Second, Dyson Leach, Ellis County 4-8. Third, Shiner Westmoreland, Ellis County 4-8. Fourth, Kate Chapman, Midlothian. Fifth, Eliana Curry, Maypearl. Sixth, Wade Sloan, Waxahachie. Seventh, Bradley Beatson, Maypearl. Coming back into the ring, class 1, Garrett Sebring and Garrett Sebring. Class 2, Ethan Panther and Dyson Lee. So we'll have the two winners come in and
even though I don't know if there's one within this breed that just jumps out and grabs my attention. I think these two kind of sort themselves quite easily for me here for your champion. I think there's one that I read just a bit better from a balance standpoint, a little more eye appealing. I think this one has enough shape, enough muscle within this pair. Young man's lightweight, he'll be a champion.
Garrett Sebring.
Certainly like the quality and eye appeal of that second out of that lightweight class. Get them back out here for me. I think there's one that just has a bit more product, a bit more mass, and that's the one I'm going to land on for reserve champion. Young man with the heavyweight. He'll be a reserve champion.
Ethan Panther is your reserve champion. Now we're going to move straight into our dark OPB. We have two classes. First class has 8 entries. 8 entries coming in, ranging from 220 pounds to 251 pounds. Harper White, NSFSA. Mackenzie Maddox, Midlothian. Brooklyn Blackwell, Midlothian. Carson Muirhead, Waxahachie. Shane K. Glenn, Ellis County. Kylie Saxon, Ennis. Eli Marion, Italy. Dave Montville, Midlothian.
Darko BBs here to start this division off. A young lady's hog here that I landed on. This bear is just the freshest in terms of shape standpoint. When you get up on top of him, he's the biggest back, biggest ended one. He handles it the best from a structural standpoint. Doesn't overwhelm you from an eye appeal standpoint. I think he's more than adequate, especially within this top trio here to go ahead and win this class. Young man's bear here that's going to come second. Ultra packed full of power, extremely muscular in terms of width and shape when you get up on top of him. Needs to be better in the way that one handles his hip and hind leg. Not near comfortable enough, more specifically there out of his back left hip and hock. Not near comfortable enough, but then when he hits the surface, needs to be better from just a freshness standpoint here within this first two. Young lady's hog here that's going to come next is one that's tall fronted and gives you a good look when you step off to the side of him. Of that initial three, though, he's the most uncomfortable out of his hip and hock in terms of the way he comes to the surface. He's the plainest in terms of his shape when you get up on top of him there of those initial trio. So that one's awfully good from an eye appeal standpoint when you step off to the side of him. Really like this one here in fourth with his hip forward, tall fronted, elevated. Gives you a good look, a well-presented one. Needs to be better when you study from his hip back. Gets too short around him, his hip not near comfortable enough in terms of the way that one goes to the surface. But I really like that one from an eye appeal standpoint when you step off to the side of him. Another one that's chock full of power, got tons and tons of mass. Needs to be better off the either end of his skeleton. Not near comfortable enough in the way that one goes around the ring. Like to lay that one back in the angle to his shoulder and knee. Let him come to the surface with a bit more comfort and flexibility. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that need to be better from a skeletal standpoint. A few hogs need to be better from a muscularity and fill standpoint today. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll work through the next class to Darko BB.
First place, Carson Muirhead, Waxahachie. Second, Eli Marion, Italy FFA. Third, Callie Saxon, Ennis. Fourth, St. Kate Lynn, Ellis County. Fifth, Arthur White, Ennis. Sixth, Dave Oswell, Midlothian. Seventh, Kinsey Maddox, Midlothian. Eighth, Brooklyn Blackwell, Midlothian. Coming into the ring now, 10 entries. 4 will sell. These pigs are ranging from 254 pounds to 296 pounds. Ariana Lopez, Ferris FFA, Madison Whitten, Avalon, Laney Albertson, Midlothian, Avery Glass, Ellis County, Walker Wyndham, Italy, Mason McClure, Ellis County, Tinsley Enriquez, Italy, Abel Rose, Waxahachie, Kennedy Phillips, Midlothian, Bailey Brewster, Waxahachie. All right, we got some vehicles that are out in the road in the northwest corner of the building. An Altima, license plate LPV 2963. Then we have a Tacoma, license plate MLV 2547. We have a Jeep
dark OPVs here. Two individuals there are going to exit the ring. Hogs that just need to be better from a muscularity standpoint, correctness standpoint. One of them needs to be better from a skeletal standpoint to move up any further. Give those two kids a round of applause. We'll work to your top 8 here within this class.
Class 8 and Class 9. Class 8 has 10 entries, ranging from 220 pounds to 259 pounds. Coming in is going to be Mackenzie Killian, Waxahachie, Mason Carell, Red Oak, Bryson Sigler, Italy, Delaney Leach, Ellis County, Laney Orr, Palmer, Kaylee Potter, Waxahachie, Kate Nolan, Ellis County, Savannah Briggs, Midlothian, Taylor Brogdon, Ellis County, Haley Sigler, Midlothian. There will be 4 go to sale from this class. Once again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for today's big show. 10 Mile Day Ranch, CPX Trucking, Interbank, Republic Services, FO&O, Derek and Christy Norwood, Circle 8 Contracting, Garrett and Caitlin Thomas, Cowboy Dumpster Rentals, H&H Insurance, Cowboy Classic Show Series, C-Square Livestock Services, VIP Roofing, Candace and Terry Potter, Cowboy Church of Ellis County, Texas Spurs Inspections, Italy FFA Alumni and Friends, Texas Elite Dumpster Rental, Our Country Store, Edward Jones, Ferris, Texas, and Texas Hunt for a Cure. Our ring sponsor today is Elmwood Custom Homes. Our photograph sponsor is Our Country Store. The photographers today are We Know Livestock. They're the ones taking pictures by the backdrop in the back. If you want to look at pictures that they have taken or even buy them, they have them on their website. We Know Livestock.
I think that one from his hip forward I really, really like. Young lady here in the pink shirt's got one that's just rugged in terms of his features. He's stout about his skull. He's big about his forearm and blade. He's big-footed, stout constructed. He balances up, and I think everything just fits together better when you step off to the side of him. He's not just the most youthful about his head. He's not as clean through his throat latch as the young lady's bear there that I described first. And then when I step in behind him, I would like to see him just come to the surface just a bit square from hot to ground. That's the differences that I see. I wouldn't argue either way. I think both of them are extremely good. The one that I land on, the one that hit me hardest, is going to be the young lady here closest to me. The young lady in the pink shirt, taking second. Two really nice ones there on the top end. The young man here that's going to come third. Nothing to take away from this bear because he's very good in his own right. Just ran into two really, really good ones. You study this in relation to those two. I'd like to see this one just a bit stouter in terms of his foundation. He gets a bit smaller in terms of his foot and bone. I'd like to see him just a bit more comfortable in the way he goes out of his hip and hock, the way he goes to the surface. You certainly got to appreciate that guy from his hip forward because he's awfully good in the way that one's put together. Next young lady talk here that's going to come next is good from a practicality and rib standpoint. Of those initial four, though, he's the plainest in terms of his look. He's the plainest in terms of his shape. He struggles the most off of either end of his skeleton of those initial four, but just his market product and rib and shape is what lands him there over the young lady's hog here that's going to come next. Young lady's hog here that's going to come next is kind of cut out of the same mold. A bear, though, that's just kind of not as flashy in terms of his look. Gets a bit crusty about his neck and throaty there. I'd like to clean him up, and then as you see, the longer the drive we're on, he's not near comfortable enough out of his hip and hock and the way he gets around the ring, but that one's got tons and tons of power. On the line here, got some hogs that just need to be better from a rib and muscularity standpoint. Few of them need to be better from a skeletal standpoint to move up any further. Let's give those kids a round of applause for a nice
Hatchie, 7, Kate Owen, Ellis County. 8, Delaney Leach, Ellis County. The second class of Berks coming in, 11 entries from 265 pounds to 303 pounds. Madeline Mata, Ennis, Grayson McGuire, Midlothian, Tucker Garza, Italy, Hannah Whiteley, Waxahachie, Jacob Kraft, Midlothian, Anna Peak, Waxahachie, Cash Phillips, Midlothian, Kylie Saxon, Ennis, Addison Crumpton, Waxahachie, Casey Adams, Red Oak, Brenna Reeves, Italy. 11 entries, 4 will make the set.
Nice set of heavyweight Berkshires here. Dogs that are left out here just need to be better from a freshness standpoint. Some of them are pushing past 12 o'clock. There's a few of them that need to be better from a skeletal standpoint. Give those young kids a round of applause. We'll work to the top 8 here within this class. Nice place to start here on the top end within this heavyweight Berkshire drive. I land on the young lady there against the fence on the far fence. And I think she wins this class quite handily for me. This young lady's better the minute he hit the ring. In terms of just a functional skeleton that's athletic, in terms of the way he gets out and goes, he bounces up extremely well. You read that one about his forearm and blade. He's extremely big and rugged. He's stout in terms of his foot and bone. He handles it extremely well. And then for a Berkshire Bear, you get up on top of him. He certainly doesn't disappoint you. He's got a big old back and big old hip in him. He handles it extremely well. It's an awfully good one to win this heavyweight class. Young lady's bear there that comes second is another one that's kind of built out of the same mold in terms of the way that one's put together from a side profile. That bear, though, when you get up on top of him, not near as opened up and not as expressive in terms of his muscle shape in relation to the young lady's bear there that wins. But just his skeletal quality is what lands him over the young man's bear here that's going to come third. I read that one just a bit more upright and angled to his shoulder and knee. Not near as comfortable and athletic off either end of his skeleton. You certainly got to appreciate that guy because when you get up on top of him, he does have more just width and dimension down his top and out of his hip. Just needs to be better from a skeletal standpoint to move up any further. Good balance, good looking one from a side profile. This one just needs to be more opened up all the way throughout to move up any further. It's too flat in terms of his rib shape, too plain from a muscle description standpoint in relation to those initial four. But a good balance, good looking one there to land in the 4-hole. Young lady's hog here is going to come next is one that's good from just a practicality, rib standpoint, muscle standpoint. Needs to be better skeletally, needs to be better from a balance and eye appeal standpoint to move up any further. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that just need to be better from a skeletal standpoint. All these hogs just struggle too much off the end of their skeleton to move up any further. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll bring our class winners back out. Get you a champion in reserve. Skeletal standpoint, extremely features. Both these are extremely square-toed bears that are sound and functional off of either of their skeleton. They're hogs that balance up and they're proportional in terms of their look as you step off to the side of them. There's one for me that just hit me awfully hard. I think this one's good for a Berkshire. The young lady's heavyweight. He'll be your champion.
Brenda Reeves was your champion.
Bring that second place back in, and that one's built kind of out of the same mold in terms of the way that one proportions. When you step off to the side of him, that one's features. You get up on top of that one, maybe not as fresh in terms of his back shape and stoutness, maybe not as just genuine when you step in behind him and the way that one comes to the surface. I think both these hogs are extremely good. I wouldn't argue with you either way. There's one that hit me just a little bit harder today. It's the one I like second best. The young lady's lightweight. She'll be in the
Taylor Brogdon.
young lady's going to lead this class off, and for me, I think she does it quite handily. You study this guy, and you just start this one at the ground in terms of the way that one's skeleton's put together and the way that one functions. He's extremely athletic. He can get out and grab another gear. He can walk for days. That one's a well-presented one that is fresh and 12 o'clock today. You get up on top of him, he's got tons and tons of power. He handles it extremely well. He's a well-presented one that gives you a good look when you step up to the side of him. It's a really good lightweight to win this Hampshire division. Young man here in the orange is going to come second is one that is big-footed and stout constructed. He's bold about his forearm and blade. He's big about his foot and bone. Not near as clean about his crest and his throat. Not near as comfortable and athletic out of his hip and hop as our class winner. But that one's got tons and tons of power. When you step off to the side of him and that bear's not really wanting to fight him, that one will give you a good look and he'll balance up and kind of be proportional in terms of his look. That's what sorts him over the young lady's bear here that's going to come third. Because this bear is better about his skeleton. He's more functional and athletic in the way he gets around the ring. That one needs to balance up better when you step off to the side of him, like to lengthen him out of his hip and just level him out. Then of those initial three, he's the plainest in terms of his shape. He's the narrowest off of either end of his skeleton. So that's a good one that's fresh in terms of his look and good in terms of his skeleton. Young lady's hog here that's going to come next is good in terms of a practicality standpoint. Good in the center body, good in the stoutness, needs to be better from a freshness standpoint, needs to be better out of his hips and hind leg to move up any further, but a good one in terms of a practical rib and stout hip. Young man's hog here that comes next is tall fronted and elevated, gives you a good look when you step off to the side of him. He's big back when you get up on top of him. It's when you get on either end of his skeleton is where he falls short. He wants to close up the most into his base. He's not near comfortable enough out of his hip and hop to move up any further there. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that need to be better from a structural standpoint, need to be better from just a freshness and muscularity standpoint to move up any further. Give up kids a round of applause for a nice set of Hampshire hogs.
First class half winner, Casey Carr, Ellis County 4-8. Second, Crystal Mark, Credo. Third, Gloriana Carr, Ellis County. Fourth, Brindley Griffin, Midlothian. Fifth, Barrett Holloman, Midlothian. Sixth, Walker Red, Ennis. Seventh, Chloe O'Neill, Ennis. Eighth, Mackenzie Killian, Waxahachie. Coming into the ring, 10 entries. Weighing 244 pounds to 262 pounds. Parker Project, Midlothian. Diana Farmer, Ellis County. Kennedy Phillips, Midlothian. Sadie Carroll, Red Oak. Christian Torres, Waxahachie. Caitlin Jennings, Palmer. Adeline Mata, Ennis. Georgia Tab, Ennis. Briley Beeson, Maypearl. Landry Reeves, Italy. 10 entries in this class, and so 4 will sell.
Nice set of middleweight Hampshire hogs here. Two young ladies here next to the ring. Both of these hogs just need to be better, just from an eye appeal and balance standpoint and a freshness standpoint to move up any further. Give them a round of applause as they exit the ring. Two really good ones here on the top end, and I wouldn't argue with you either way. I'll describe the differences that I see. The young lady there in the pink shirt on the far side is the one that I land on. I read this one just a bit more genuine off either end of his skeleton as he comes at me and as he leaves me. He's a bit square from the ground. Step in on either end of him, you get up on top of him. I see that, read that one just a bit fresher in terms of his back shape, a bit more opened up in his upper rib, and a bit stouter right there in his pins. I'll be the first to admit he's not the biggest in terms of his foot and bone. I think he's more than adequate. He's a bear that proportions up extremely well when you step off to the side of him. He's extremely well presented bear. I like that one an awful lot. The young lady is going to come second. Nothing to take away from that bear because he's very good in his own right, and a different judge on a different day may disagree. I read that one just a bit plainer in terms of his shape, a bit narrower at his pins, and maybe not as opened up at the ground as he leaves me. That one is bigger in terms of his foot and bone. That one is a bit cleaner about his throat latch. When you step off to the side of him, that's the differences that I see, but I think both those hogs are extremely good in their own right. Those two young ladies deserve a round of applause. Young man here that's going to come third. Nothing to take away from this bear because in a different class, this one might win. That one is extremely well presented. He's good looking when you step off to the side of him. Got tons and tons of power when you get up on top of him. He's got a big back. I read that one just a bit outside of himself. He wants to push the corners, not as square as he goes directly away from me. And then as that one drives right at me, he's not as genuine in the way he opens up in his chest floor. That's the differences that I see, but that one's a very good in his own right. Young lady here is going to come forward. Has got one that's just a practical show bear. He's good in terms of his center body and his hip shape when you step in behind him. Needs to be better as he comes directly at me and as he leaves me off the either end of his skeleton. But that one's a good practical show bear that just needs a bit more eye appeal in relation to the three hogs there directly in front of him. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that just need to be better from a skeletal standpoint. A few of them need to be better from a freshness standpoint to move up any further. A nice set of Hampshire bears. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
First place, Class 2, Landry Reed, Italy FFA. Second, Sadie Carroll, Red Oak FFA. Third, Christian Torres, Waxahachie FFA. Fourth, Riley Beeson, Maypearl FFA. Fifth, Madeline Mata, Ennis FFA. Sixth, Parker Trojic, Midlothian. Seventh, Caitlin Jennings, Palmer. Eighth, Diana Farmer, Ellis County. Coming into the ring, we have 12 entries. 5 will sell. 263 pounds to 276 pounds. Clara Cruz, Waxahachie. Avery Fisher, Waxahachie. Kaylee Siegler, Midlothian. Aubrey Underwood, Ellis County. Brody Anderson, Midlothian. Ryan Price, Maypearl. Olivia White, Red Oak. Ireland Donahoe, Ennis. Kinsley Fields, Midlothian. Riley Richardson, Waxahachie. Warren Maxwell, Midlothian. Miranda Ham, Ellis County.
Hampshire Barrels here. This one that leads off, maybe the freshest, biggest back one that's walked in the ring today. That one's got tons and tons of power on the backside of his blade. He is big-footed and stout boned. He's big about his forearm and blade and skull. You get up on top of that guy, he certainly doesn't disappoint you. If you want to get critical on him and say he's got just a nickel hitch and his giddy up and the way carries his hip and hind leg, I wouldn't argue with you. But when that one's got that much power, it's hard to just be the most fluid thing in the world. You maybe want to clean him up through his throat latching at the top of his crest, but I call him proportional and everything kind of just fits together with that one when you step off to the side of him. Young man's Bear here is going to come next. He's kind of cut out of the same mold in terms of just being moderate in terms of his frame size, wide off the either end of his skeleton. He's got tons and tons of power. I read that one just a nickel shorter about his hip and hind leg. I'd love to see him go with just a tick more fluidity and athleticism out of his hip and hind leg. But that one is awfully, awfully good in terms of just a muscular bear that gives you a good look when you step off to the side of him. Nothing to take away from the young lady's bear here that comes in third. You ran into two really good ones there on the top end. This one is good in terms of just his balance and his silhouette. Gives you a good look when you step off to the side of him. I read him just the plainest in terms of his shape of those initial three. The longer the drive wore on, that bear is not near as comfortable and flexible out of his hip and honk in relation to the two bears there directly ahead of him. Young man here is going to come next. He's kind of kept working his way up the longer the drive wore on. It's a bear that's good in terms of his balance and his eye appeal. He's good in terms of his lines. Of those initial four, I read that bear just the narrowest in terms of the way he comes directly at me and leaves me. That bear is not as opened up to his center rib and upper rib as the three hogs there directly in front of me. But from a skeletal standpoint and a balance standpoint, that one's awfully good. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that get just a bit plainer in terms of their shape, not near as opened up. A few of these bears need to be better from a skeletal standpoint to move up any further today. Give up kids a round of applause. We'll work through your heavyweights, Hampshire hogs.
Third place, Class 3, Aubrey Underwood, Ellis County 4-8. Second, Brody Anderson, Midlothian. Third, Miranda Ham, Ellis County. Fourth, Warren Maxwell, Midlothian. Fifth, Riley Richardson, Waxahachie. Sixth, Ireland Donahoe, Ennis. Seventh, Olivia White, Greto. Eighth, Ryan Price, Maypearl. Class 4, Hamp. Class 13 overall in the show with Class 4 Hamp. 10 entries, 4 will make the sale, ranging from 282 pounds to 336 pounds. Coming into the ring, Gracie Dean, Midlothian. Addison Crumpton, Waxahachie. Cooper Trodnick, Midlothian. Abigail Todd, Palmer. Ridge Butler, Waxahachie. Aubrey, Otterdale, Palmer. Talia Barrett, Midlothian. Madison Whitten, Avalon. Cooper Patino, Palmer. And Mason Benavides, Waxahachie.
Give those exhibitors a round of applause. They exit the ring. We'll work through your top 8 here in the heavyweight Hampshire. How they flex and go out of their hip and hop and the way they're constructed. I think, though, that the young man bears pressure about his head and neck. He's taller at the point of his shoulders. He's cleaner through his throat latch. And then I just read that one just comes at me just a bit more genuine in the way he's constructed in his chest floor and back into his center body. That bear is bigger in terms of his foot and bone. He's got a stouter construction underneath him. And then when you get up on top of that guy, he's certainly got a ton of power. He's fresh down his back. I think that was a nice one to go ahead and lead this class off. Young lady's bear here that comes in second. I thought this one was going to be tough to get around. The longer I study that one, that bear is just a bit plainer about his head carriage. He needs to be cleaned up through his throat. A bear there is much stoutness and power as he has up high. I'd like to see him just a bit bigger in terms of his foot and bone. He too, I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip, let him take a longer, more comfortable stride as he gets around the ring. But two nice market bears there to lead this class off. Young lady here that's going to come next just kind of kept working her way up. He's a bear that's good in terms of his foot and bone. He's good from a structural standpoint. Of those initial three, though, he's the one that's the most past his prime. He's getting up there in terms of his condition. A bear that's a bit plainer in terms of his shape when you get up on top of him. Not as fresh and dimensional in terms of his shape when you get up on top of him. But a bear that's good from a practicality standpoint. A well-presented bear. The young lady does an outstanding job of presenting that bear. Young lady's dog here that comes next is one that's good from a balance standpoint in terms of his line. Needs to be better from a skeletal standpoint as that one gets around the ring. Not near as comfortable off either end of his skeleton the longer the drive wears on. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that are good in terms of their balance. Need to be better from a condition. Standpoint to move up any further. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll bring our class winners back out and get you a champion reserve hamster.
Tracy D and Midlothian. Third, Super Patino, Palmer FFA. Fourth, Addison Crumpton, Waxahachie. Fifth, Talia Barrett, Midlothian. Sixth, Mason Benavides, Waxahachie. Seventh, Aubrey Agudel, Palmer. Eighth, Rich Butler, Waxahachie. Coming back into the ring for Hampshire Champion Drive. First place, Class 1, Kate Card.
You know who she is, don't you? There goes.
First place, Kate Card, Class 1. Class 2, Landry Reed, Sidley. Class 3, Aubrey Underwood, Ellis County. Class 4, Cooper Trudge, Midlothian. This is your championship drive for the Hampshire.
Sorry for taking just a tick longer. I think all four of these are extremely good. But with that said, when you get them back out here, for me, there's two that kind of just separate themselves in terms of quality and having all the extras. That being the young lady here directly in front of me, the white belted one, and then the lightweight bear over there going away from me. I think both of those bears are extremely good in their own right. They're very different. They're different wages. They're different weights and kind of different stages of life. But you got to judge them for what they are today. I think both these hogs are extremely muscular and square and genuine and wide. Albeit in their skeleton, they're both fresh and 12 o'clock. Both bears are extremely well presented. I think when I step back at them, I said earlier, I like to start them at the ground, and I think when you start them at the ground, you can't go wrong because you can start feeding all the additives and all the extras and putting all the extra shape on them that you want to. There's one that just hit me awfully hard that I think is hard to make in terms of just having a genuine skeleton, being athletic, and still having a good look to you, still having enough shape and power. I like this one an awful deal. The young lady's lightweight. She'll be a champion. Jason Card is your champion.
Good job, Jason.
Bring the second place back out of that class, and that hog is awfully good from a proportionality standpoint. Maybe doesn't match up as well to another one out here in terms of having all the extras. There's another one that I like an awful lot. I think you fix this one and let this one just flex with just a bit more comfort and reach and go. I think he pushes that champion an awful deal. Young lady's white belted bear should be a reserve champion.
Reserve champion is Aubrey Underwood. Now we have two classes of Yorkshires. After these two classes of Yorkshires, we will go straight into the Pee-wee showmanship. Pee-wee showmanship. Our first class of Yorks has 8 entries. Weights 220 to 265. Bailey Cunningham, Midlothian. Addison Moore, Midlothian. Charlie Barrett, Midlothian. Tinsley Enriquez, Italy. Eliza Hanna, Waxahachie. Charlie White, Ennis. Braden Enriquez, Italy. And Grace McGuire, Midlothian. We have 8 entries.
For me, a nice place to start here in this Yorkshire class. Young lady here in the blue sweater does an outstanding job, and the bear is extremely well presented, one that gives you a good look when you step off to the side of him. He's the most athletic in terms of his build. He's the most functional in his skeleton. A bear that's extremely proportional in the way that one's put together. Got enough width when you get up on top of him. He's good in terms of his center body. I think that's an awfully logical place there to start here within this class, Yorkshire. Young lady's bear here that's going to come next is one that is tall fronted and elevated. Gives you a good look when you step off to the side of him. Needs to be better from a structural standpoint, but his freshness and shape is what sorts him over the young lady's bear here that's going to come next. A bear that's a good in terms of his center body. A bear that just needs to be a bit more descriptive in terms of his shape. Needs to be better in the way that one's constructed there out of his hip and hind leg to move up any further today. Young lady over in the corner, bear is wanting to give her some trouble, but when you get a good look on that one, he's good from a muscularity standpoint, just needs to be better skeletally to move up any further. Young man here that's going to come next has got one that's good from a muscle description standpoint. He's good in terms of his shape. Needs to be better from a skeletal standpoint to move up any further today. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that just need to be better from a skeletal standpoint to move up any further. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll work through our next class.
First place, Charlie Merrick, Midlothian. Second, Tinsley Enriquez, Italy. Third, Grayson McGuire, Midlothian. Fourth, Brandon Enriquez, Italy. Fifth, Charlie White, Ennis. Sixth, Addison Moore, Midlothian. Seventh, Bailey Cunningham, Midlothian. Eighth, Eliza Hannah, Waxahachie. 9 entries coming into class number 2. 4 will make the sale. Goes from 276 pounds to 353 pounds.
Young lady here in the green shirt is going to win this class here in the heavyweight Yorkshire. Young lady's bear is awfully good from a proportionality standpoint, the way that one's put together from the side profile. Bear that when you get up on top of him, I think he opens up out of the backside of his blade. He's bolder in his upper rib. He's better in terms of the symmetry and lines when you step off to the side of him. Where I really see the difference is from a structural standpoint. I read that bear just a bit more genuine in the way that one goes out of his hip and hump in relation to the young lady's bear there. They come second. Young lady's bear that comes second. Good through his center body. He's stout out of his hip. He just gets too round and coarse off either end. Like to see lengthen him out of his hip, clean him up at the top of his crest there to lengthen him out and give him just a bit more eye appeal when you step off to the side of him. Two nice Yorkshire bears there for the heavyweight class. Young lady here that comes next has got one that's good from a practicality standpoint, good through his center body, needs to be better structurally off of either end, gets a bit shorter in terms of his stride, not near as athletic and comfortable in his reach the longer the drive wears on, but that one's a good one in terms of look and rib and lines when you step off to the side of him from an eye appeal standpoint. Young lady's bear here that comes next is good through his center body, he's bold and opened up. Needs to be better off either end of his skeleton, like to lengthen him out. Let him take a longer, more comfortable stride as he gets around the ring. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that just need to be better from a freshness standpoint, need to be better from a muscularity and width standpoint to move up any further. Give those kids a round of applause for a nice set of Yorkshires. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
First place, Addison Scranton Midlothian. Second, Allison Todd Ennis. Third, Eleanor Sims Midlothian. Fourth, Faith Dickerson Red Oak. Fifth, Kylie Rochelle Maypearl. Sixth, Abel Rose Waxahachie. Seventh, Casey Gersick Ennis. Eighth, Miranda Ham. Coming back in for your Yorkshire Champion Drive. From Class 1, Charlie Barrett. From Class 2, Addison Scranton.
Two really nice Yorkshire hogs here within this division. I think both hogs put a lot of positives together. I don't know if there's one that's just an easy winner and kind of runs away with this division. You get them back out here. For me, I think there's one that just puts a little bit more together in terms of just being proportional in the way they're put together, being functional in terms of skeleton, athletic, still having enough mass and enough power. Young lady's lightweight, he'll be a champion.
Charlie Barrett is your champion.
Bring the second out of that class, and like I said, within that pair, this one is up-headed and gives you a good look. Maybe doesn't have just the genuine width and mass and power as the one that is champion. You get him back out here, I think there's another one. It's just put together just a tick better in terms of having all the positives, still having enough power, and being athletic enough. Young lady's heavyweight.
Addison Scranton is your reserve champion.
Tell you what, there's a couple little ones out here. You older kids, you better watch out, or you better be glad you're graduating, because there's a couple that have a bright, bright future out here. I think all these kids do an outstanding job. I'm really glad that they didn't ask me to pick one winner, because I couldn't have done it, and I wouldn't want to make a grandma or grandpa mad and then want to talk to me and ask me why their grandchild didn't win. But all these kids do an outstanding job. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Kelly, Midlothian. Jacob Knapp, Midlothian. Lane McNulty, Midlothian. Jackson Wood, Midlothian. Landry Reeves, Italy. Logan Abney, Waxahachie. Caden Berry, Midlothian. Taylor Farmer, Italy. Paisley Velasquez, Maypearl. Bennett Odom, Midlothian. Prescott Westmoreland, Ellis County. Savannah Briggs, Midlothian. McKinley Fedora, Waxahachie. And Remington Hines, Italy. 14 entries, 6 will sell.
to his head carriage and the way it's laid on his skeleton. That bear gives you a great look when that young man gets his head up. He's extremely good in the way he's put it together from a skeleton standpoint. He doesn't overwhelm you in terms of power. He's not wide. It's coming to ring within this pair of bears here on the top end, and I think he needs to go ahead and win. Being the first to admit, when the young man here with a predominantly white bear rolled into the ring, I thought this one was going to be tough to get around because he's rugged about his skull, big and bold about his forearm and blade. He's good in terms of his foot and bone. A bear, when you study him on either end, he's genuine in terms of his build, the way he comes to the surface. Just needs to be better in the way he goes out of his hip and hind leg. Doesn't have that extra gear in terms of athleticism and flexibility as the young man's bear there directly ahead of him. But I think those are two very, very good bears in their own right. Predominantly blue bear here is extremely expressive in terms of his muscle shape. Needs to be better from a balance standpoint. That bear needs to be lengthened out of his hip. That way everything blends together better. That way he can take a more longer, more comfortable stride as he gets around the ring. But that one's got tons and tons of power in terms of expression. Young man's blue bear here that comes next is one that just kind of kept working his way up. From a practicality standpoint, this one is awfully good. He's good in terms of his skeleton. Doesn't have the extra wow factors. Maybe not as fresh as some of the other ones there directly ahead of him. That's a bear that's good in terms of practicality, good in terms of his skeletal quality. That's why he lands there in fourth. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that just need to be better from a skeletal standpoint. Bears that just read just too upright in terms of the ankles to the shoulder and knee, not near comfortable enough in the way they get out of their hip and hock as they're asked to drive around the ring. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll work through your next class on like crossbred.
First place, Bennett Odom, Midlothian. Second, Logan Abney, Waxahachie. Third, Landry Reeves, Italy. Fourth, Prescott, Westmoreland, Ellis County. Fifth, Caden Berry, Midlothian. Sixth, Bentley Kelly, Midlothian. Seventh, Savannah Briggs, Midlothian. Eighth, Lane McNulty, Midlothian. Coming into the next class, 15 entries from 256 pounds to 329 pounds. Talia Barrett, Midlothian. Natalie Stroper, Waxahachie. Ava Knight, Midlothian. Delaney Leach, Ellis County. Benjamin Cox, Waxahachie. Kimber Padilla, Midlothian. Sophia Enriquez, Italy. Claire Benedict, Midlothian. Kate Sebring, Red Oak. Hannah Peach, Waxahachie. Olivia Blanco, Red Oak. Mason Hollenbeck, Palmer, Peyton Deep. Waxahachie, Jasmine Flores, Waxahachie. Mason Menzies, Waxahachie. Six will make the sale. Six will make the sale. After this class, we will have the champion drive.
Some big old legs and big old feet underneath him, and legs are that big. Put together exceptionally well from a skeletal standpoint. He's extremely eye-appealing when you step off to the side of him. Everything fits together with that guy. If you want to get critical, right with you, but for me, everything's proportional. That thing's genuine, square and wide. It comes correctly, extremely well, and function and flex and get out and go. Young lady's bear here that's going to come next is awfully good in his own right. Just kind of runs out of horsepower in relation to our class winner. Not as big in terms of his foot and bone. Maybe not as extra in terms of his look ahead of his blade. Doesn't have that extra shape when you get up on top of him. But that one's a very, very good in his own right. Young lady's bear here that's going to come next is one that's good in terms of his elevation, good in terms of his eye appeal ahead of his blade. He's good looking and well presented. A bear that needs to be better off either end of his skeleton, needs to reach and go and grab another gear and just flex with just more comfort and athleticism in relation to the two there directly ahead of him. So that one's an awfully good one in terms of eye appeal and presence. Young lady's bear here that comes next is one that's good in terms of his symmetry and his lines. Of those initial four, I read that one just the flattest in terms of his shape. He's the plainest about his form and blade. Then as you get on either end of that one's skeleton, he's the narrowest as he comes and goes with those initial four. In terms of being youthful and good in terms of symmetry, that one's awfully good within this class of four. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that are getting up there in terms of weight. Need to be a bit fresher in terms of their presence. Need to be better in terms of their muscle and shape and width and muscularity to move up any further. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll bring our class winners back out. Get you a champion reserve.
First place, Delaney Leach, Ellis County 4-H. Second, Talia Berg, Midlothian. Third, Timber Padilla, Midlothian. Fourth, Peyton Yeats, Waxahachie. Fifth, Ava Knight, Midlothian. Sixth, Sophia Enriquez, Italy. Seventh, Anna Peak, Waxahachie. Eighth, Claire Benedict, Midlothian. Coming out of class 1, Bennett Odom. Class 2, Delaney Leach, the Senior Champion Drive.
Get both these class winners back out here, and I don't think I've been as pleased with just the consistency within a breed as I am these light crossbreds, because I think both these hogs are extremely similar in their type and kind. They're hogs that are extremely tall at the point of their shoulders. They're youthful about their head. They're still rugged about their skull and forearm and blade. They're big in terms of their foot and bone. They still are athletic in terms of their skeleton. You get them back out here, for me, there's just one that has just a little extra punch, a little extra mass to them when you get up on top of them. The heavyweight, he'll be the champion.
The champion is going to be Delaney Leach.
Bring the second back out of that class, and like I said, within that pair, that one is awfully very good in his own right. He's good in terms of his functionality and skeleton. Getting back out here, I think it's awfully close. For me, those two are just too similar. The young man's lightweight, he'll be reserved.
Bennett Odom is your reserve champion. classes. Class 18. Class 18 has 15 entries. They weigh from 220 pounds. This is your dark cross. Your dark cross. 220 pounds to 242 pounds. Andrew Ehrenberg, Midlothian. Kane O'Neill, Ennis. Taylor Brogdon, Ellis County. Caitlin Benedict, Midlothian. Tucker Garza, Italy. Kate Chapman, Midlothian. Curry McGuire, Midlothian. Hudson McAdams, Midlothian. Chloe Caldwell. This is your first class at Dark Cross.
Nice way to start off the dark crossbred drive. Let's give these young individuals a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Oh, yeah. Look at that here for now.
For me, there's not just a real easy place to start. I land on the Calico Bear. I think he just puts the most positives together in terms of being the freshest. He's the most shapely in terms of his muscle down his top and out of his hip. He's not perfect in the way he gets out and goes. I'll be the first to admit he needs to be lengthened out of his hip, but I think he puts the most positives together because at the end of the day, I'm having to judge this as a market show, and I think he's more than adequate in terms of his flexibility to get out here and get out and go. Young man's bear here that's going to come second is the best built of the duo. He's the softest in his joints. He's the truest in terms of the angle to his shoulder and knee. He's the most comfortable in terms of the way he gets out in the ring. But of this initial trio, he's the plainest in terms of his shape. He's not near as opened up and powerful as our class winner there. But his build and just his flexibility and his eye appeal when you step off to the side of him is what sorts him there in second over the young lady's bear here that's going to come next. Because the young lady's wide belted bear is bigger in terms of his foot bone. He's more shapely in terms of his muscle shape up high and out of his hip. He's a bear, though, that gets too coarse and round off either end of his skeleton. The longer the drive wears on, the shorter he gets in terms of his reach out of his front end. The choppier he gets in his stride out of his hip and hock. But you certainly got to appreciate that guy for the muscularity and power that he has on his skeleton. Young man's Calico Bear here that comes next is good from balance and lines and symmetry. Just gets too flat in terms of his rib shape, too dry back into his flank. He's not near as opened up as some of the others that are ahead of him. A bear, though, I'd like to see him get out and go with just a bit more comfort and flexibility as well out of his hip and hop. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that just need to be better from a muscularity and width standpoint. A few of them need to be better from a skeletal standpoint to move up any further today. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll work through your next class.
First place, Taylor Brockton, Ellis County 4-8. Second, Tucker Garza, Italy FFA. Third, Chloe Caldwell, Waxahachie. Fourth, Luke Phillips, Midlothian. Fifth, Kate Chapman, Midlothian. Sixth, Curry McGuire, Midlothian. Seventh, Hudson McAdams, Midlothian. Eighth, Madden Enriquez, Italy FFA. Last two, Dark Cross, coming into the ring. 14 entries. Ranging from 244 pounds to 254 pounds. Charlie Barrett, Midlothian. Nia Richardson, Midlothian. Branch Barlow, Ellis County. Mackenzie Maddox, Midlothian. Ryan Price, Maypearl. Nate Carpenter, Maypearl. Trinity Holder, Midlothian. Dyson Lee, Ellis County. Jessica Schoolfield, Waxahachie. Bristol Marks, Bretto. Karen Pate, Midlothian. Brindley Williams, Maypearl. Rigdon Tuberville, Avalon. Harper Underwood, Ellis County. We will sell 6 in this class.
Nice set of dark crossbreds there, Wood. We pinned back 9 in this class. Let's give these kids a round of applause to exit the ring.
Berkshire, where? In the candy aisle?
I don't know. Look, you know like when you go to the drinks? You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Right behind the checkout stand, that wall that goes to that Bucky Nuts or whatever, there's a little 4-track thing. It's on one of those.
is comfortable and flexible out of his hip and hock in relation to our class winner. But I think those are two nice dark crossbreds there to lead this class off. Young lady's bear here that's going to come next is one that's good from a practicality standpoint. He's a bear that's fresh in terms of his rib shape. He's opened up to his upper and center rib. A bear, when you step in behind him, is extremely stout and square out of his pins. In relation to those two directly ahead of him, maybe not as flashy ahead of his blade there. Maybe doesn't give you that show ring presence when you step off to the side of him. A bear, I'd like to clean him up into his throat, trim him up in terms of a condition standpoint, but that one's good from a practicality standpoint. Young man's hog here that comes next is one that's good from just a balance and symmetry standpoint. Needs to be better from just a width and muscularity standpoint. Like to see that one just a bit more flexible, set down and come to the surface with a bit more cushion in terms of his pastures, but that one's an awfully good one from a practicality standpoint. Get on down the line here, get some hogs that are good from a muscularity standpoint, need to be better structurally to move up any further. A nice set of dark crossbreds. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
That's so weird saying it's copyrighted, but I don't know how.
That's the dark cross. First place, Jessica Bluefield, Walker Hatchie. Third, Charlie Barrett, Midlothian. Fourth, Regan Curve, Tuberville. Avalon. Matt. Six, Harper Underwood, Ellis County. 7, Mia Richardson, Midlothian. 8, Bristol Marks, Red Oak. Coming in, Class 20, Class 3 of their dark cross. From weight, 255 pounds to 271 pounds. Coming into the ring. 15 entries, we will sell 6. Charlie Stewart, Waxahachie. Harper Underwood, Ellis County. Kinley Berry, Midlothian. Super Tragic, Midlothian. Gracie Dean, Midlothian. Lady Albertson, Midlothian. Olive Cox, Waxahachie. Kate Nolan, Ellis County. Levi Turrentine, Paris. Ethan Panther, Italy. Ashton Kiefer, Maypearl. Easton Barfield, Midlothian. Lane McNulty, Midlothian. Bailey Cunningham, Midlothian. Bristol Ferry, Maypearl. That pig is running around the ring for Chick-fil-A Red Oak. The pig said eat more chicken.
Crossbreds here. Let's give these young people a round of applause as they exit the ring. Nice set of dark crossbred here. I really like this calico mare. And the way this one's put together from a skeletal standpoint, he's extremely flexible and athletic off of either end of his skeleton. Comes to the surface extremely soft and good in his pasterns and in his joints. A mare that when he's studying from there up, he's extremely youthful and fresh about his head carrots, and his head and neck tie in perfectly at the top of his blade. He's extremely good in terms of his symmetry and his lines from there back. A bear, when you get up on top of it, he's not going to overwhelm you in terms of freshness and power and muscularity, but I think he's more than adequate within this class. I think that's an awfully good one to go ahead and win. Young ladies, white belted bear here pushes that one extremely hard. So when I step off to the side of him where he's falls short, not as clean and fresh about his crest, not as clean up to his throat. A bear I'd like to see him with just a bit more punch right there out of his pins when he steps in behind him, but that's an awfully good one in his own right. Calico bear here that's going to come third is good in terms of his elevation. When you step off to the side of him, gives you a great look when you step off to the side there. That young lady does an outstanding job of getting that one shown. Get up on top of that guy. He's got a big old back in him. It's when I get on either end of his skeletons where he falls short of those initial trio. He's the narrowest in his chest as he comes directly at me. He wants to close up the most into his base as he leaves me there of those initial trio. Young man's bear here is going to come next is one that's just a practical market bear. He's good in terms of his rib, good in terms of muscularity, needs to be better from an eye appeal and showing presence standpoint, needs to be better from a skeletal standpoint to move up any further. Get on down the line here, got some hogs that need to be better in terms of just their skeletal quality, need to get out and go with a bit more flexibility and comfort to move up any further today. Let's give those kids a round of applause for a nice set of dark crossbred.
Class 3, Dark Cross, first place, Bailey Cunningham, Midlothian FFA. Second place, Gracie D and Midlothian FFA. Third, Olive Cox, Waxahachie. Fourth, Super Tragic, Midlothian. Fifth, Laney Albertson, Midlothian. Sixth, Kinley Berry, Midlothian. 7, Ethan Panther, Italy. 8, Levi Turrentine, Ferris. 6 in that class will sell. Coming to you now, the fourth class of Dark Cross, 12 entries, 274 pounds to 282 pounds. Brooklyn Nickerson, Red Oak. Bennett Odom, Midlothian. John Keeper, Maypearl. Jason Jerson, Ennis. Harper White, Ennis. Jake Anthony, Ennis. Lacey Bradley, Inslee, Cam Anderson, Midlothian, Lucas Hernandez, Waxahachie, Bryn Kramer, Waxahachie, Parker Tragic, Midlothian, Jake Anthony, Ennis.
Good job, baby.
Well entries. Sell 5.
that one's awfully good in terms of freshness and muscle shape. Young lady's predominantly white-footed mare here that comes next. Fresh, big back one, needs to be better in terms of his shape, his width as he comes and leaves me. That one's an awfully good one. Young lady's mare here comes next. Tall fronted, good looking one. Just gets too flat and plain in terms of his shape and look when you get ahead, when you get up on top of him. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that just need to be better from a freshness standpoint and a skeletal standpoint to move up any further. Give those kids a round of applause for a nice set of dark crossbred.
First place, Jake Anthony, NSFFA. Second place, Jake Anthony, NSFFA. Third place, Cam Anderson, Midlothian. Fourth, Lucas Hernandez, Waxahachie. Fifth, Harper White, Ennis. Sixth, Brooklyn Dickerson, Red Oak. 7, Lacey Bradley, Italy. 8, Casey Jersey, Ennis. Coming into the ring, class 22, class 5 of the Dark Cross. 10 entries, paying 4 holds. 4 will make the sell. Brenna Reeves, Italy. We got 285 to 295. Brenna Reeves, Italy. Charlie Seward, Waxahachie. Charlie White, Ennis. Sadie Carroll, Red Oak. Finley McGuire, Midlothian. Sylvia Manning, Maypearl. Walker Red, Ennis. Callie Richardson, Ennis. Mason Card, Ellis County. Cooper Patino, Palmer.
Both these dark crossbred hogs are very, very good. They're very similar in their type and kind. Both bears are extremely elevated and tall at the point of their shoulders. There's one that just has a bit more extra in terms of just the presence and youthfulness about their head and neck. Being the young lady to my left, get up on top of them. I think both these bears are extremely fresh in terms of their shape in their back and out of their hip. I think the young lady's bear that wins this class is just a bit bigger in terms of its foot and bone. That one just balances up, and I think that one's just constructed just a nickel better right there out of his hip when you step off to the side of him. But I think both those hogs are extremely good. Young lady's bear that's going to come next is another one, like I said, extremely tall-fronted and elevated. Gives you a great look when you step off to the side of him. I'd like to see him just a bit bigger in terms of his foot and bone in relation to our class winner. Those two hogs are very, very good in their own right. Young man's bear here that comes next is one that's good-bodied and deep and pulling through his center rib. Get in behind him. He's got a ton of stoutness right there out of his hip. A bear I'd like to clean him up and through his front third. Like to see him a bit trimmer through his neck. I'd like to see that one just get out and go and grab another gear and be just a bit more flexible out of his hip and hop in relation to the two hogs directly in front of him. Practical show bear here in terms of just a market hog. He's good in terms of his rib and body, good in terms of his muscularity. Needs to be better from a show ring presence and eye appeal standpoint to move up any further today. A bear I'd like to loosen him right there at the top of his hip. He gets a bit tight in terms of his reach and stride. Young lady's bear here, it comes next. Extremely good in terms of just his elevation and lines and symmetry. He's a bear that's just a bit drier in terms of his rib shape, a bit shallow back into his flank. He's one that looks like he was pushing the weight limit, wasn't able to feed him as much as you'd like, but that one's a good one in terms of just eye appeal and presence. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that are pushed in terms of weight and past their prime. Need to be a bit fresher in terms of their eye appeal and freshness in terms of their back shape to move up any further today. Let's give those kids a round of applause for a nice set of dark crossbred.
First place, Jason Card, Ellis County. Second, Brenna Reeves, Italy. Third, Walker Red, Ennis. Fourth, Callie Richardson, Ennis. Fifth, Sadie Carroll, Red Oak. Sixth, Finley McGuire, Midlothian. 7, Cooper Patino, Palmer. 8, Charlie Seward, Waxahachie. Our last class, Dark Cross, 9 entries, 4 cell slots. These pigs are the heavyweights, 297 pounds to 324 pounds. Coming into the ring, Laura Lee Card, Ellis County. Crockett Holloman, Midlothian. Gavin Ford, Waxahachie. Bentley Kelly, Midlothian. Jason Cook, Palmer. Jolene Meister, Waxahachie. Haley Potter, Waxahachie. Lily Brewster, Waxahachie. Aubrey Underwood, Ellis County. 9 entries, 4 will make the sale.
Nice way to end the dark crossbred show. Young ladies, white belted bear here driving across the middle, going to lead this class off. A highly presented bear that's extremely fresh. A bear that gives you a great look when you step off to the side of him. I know he's up there in weight. He's a big old boy. I think he's still fresh enough at this stage of the game, especially within this final class here. He's a bear that's adequate enough in terms of his flexibility, in terms of his skeleton. A bear that's got a ton of power when you get up on top of him and you study him down his top and out of his hip. A bear, I'd like to clean him up right there in his crest. Like I said, he's a big old boy. He's got a lot of weight. You can't get real picky on hogs that are getting up there in the 300 range. I think that's a nice place to start. Young man's off-belted bear here. It's going to come next. Is extremely expressive in terms of his muscle shape down his top and out of his hip. That one needs to get out and go with more comfort and flexibility off of both ends of his skeletons. In relation to the hogs there directly behind me, he's the freshest bear of those remaining. A bear that I think just has the most genuine shape down his top and out of his hip. That's why I land there on him on second. Young lady's belted hog here that's going to come next is another one that's good in terms of just his presence and eye appeal, in terms of his look when he steps off to the side of him. A bear that just is a bit too plain in terms of his shape, maybe a little past 12 o'clock today, but I think a bear that when you study him from a side profile is awfully good in terms of his elevation, his symmetry, and his lines from the side. Calico bear here that comes next is one that's just moderate in terms of his frame size, big in terms of his rib shape. He needs to be better stealthy off of both ends there. Doesn't want to reach and go with near the comfort and flexibility as some of the ones there directly ahead of him. Get on down the line here. Got some hogs that, like I said, are up there in weight. They just are back past 12 o'clock. Need to be fresher, need to be fuller today to move up any further. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We'll bring our class winners back out. Give you a chance in reserve.
First place, Aubrey Underwood, Ellis County. Second, Crockett Holloman, Midlothian. Third, Laura Card, Ellis County. Fourth, Haley Potter, Waxahachie. Fifth, Casey Cook, Palmer. Sixth, Gavin Ford, Waxahachie. Seventh, Bentley Kelly, Midlothian. Eighth, Jolie Meister, Waxahachie. Coming back to your champion drive from Class 1, Taylor Bronson. From Class 2, Jessica Schoolfield. From Class 3, Bailey Cunningham. From Class 4, Jake Anthony. From Class 5, Casey Carr. From Class 6, Aubrey Underwood. This is your Dark Cross champion drive. While we are doing the Dark Cross big show as we are going. They're choosing exhibitors that will be eligible to show in the junior and senior showmanship. Chosen by number,
Dark
by
cross
the judge, and those numbers have been posted on the back wall. So if you would like to check and see if you have been chosen for junior or showmanship, those numbers have been posted on the back wall.
I'm probably let him.
Certainly pleased with the quality of the lineup of these dark crossbred class winners, and I try to stick to type and time, but sometimes you just gotta go with what you presented, and they're not gonna all be cookie cutter. But I try to start at the ground, and these hogs gotta be functional in terms of their skeleton. They gotta be able to get out and go, and then you can kind of put all the extras after that on them with all your feed additives, stuff like that. I think there's a couple of them out here that are definitely within contention. I'm not going to go back and talk through every single one of them. You get them back out here, there's one that I just kind of keep coming back to that puts a lot of positives together in terms of being an extremely athletic skeleton, still having a tremendous amount of look and presence, and then when you get on top of them, this one's fresh back and thick-ended, has a lot of extras. I really like this one a good deal. The Calico Bear here.
Let it go, baby!
Bring the second back out of that class, and like I said, I think that one is very good in terms of just his practicality. He's good in terms of his rib shape. Maybe not as flexible as another one out here, but I think he's certainly within contention. There's another one that hit me awfully hard in terms of just being up-headed, gives you a great look, still being flexible enough. Just read this one, maybe doesn't have to be the extra pop that the champion does. The young ladies directly in front of me should be reserve champion. Mason Card is your reserve.
Just watch the job.
All right, I know it's been a long day of pigs. We got our three champions, and now we're going to do our overall grand champion and overall reserve champion.
Is she here?
I don't know, they left.
They clear out. I do want to reintroduce our judge again before we start. I have about 3 pages worth of things that his wife was up here telling me about him earlier. Mr. Leon Warriors grew up in Newcastle, Oklahoma. He has 300 head sow farm, stood pigs at the state and national level all across the United States. After high school, he attended Glenn Junior College. Was a member of the 2010 national champion judging team. He's now living in Conroe, Texas with his wife and 2 daughters.
I certainly have enjoyed this afternoon working with your young people and sorting through your livestock. I appreciate all my ring help. Y'all have done an outstanding job today and the past 2 times, this time and the last time, making sure everything ran smoothly. I really appreciate that. I always tell guys when I show up, I'll sort through them at a reasonable pace as long as you make sure you can get them up here to me, and they have done that. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the Ellis County Livestock Show having me out to sort through your livestock, and I think they deserve a round of applause before anything. You know, I don't get to sort many livestock shows. I don't really get to attend many livestock shows these days. I got 2 little girls at home, and one of them is an avid barrel racer and roper, and they keep me pretty busy hauling them up and down the road to rodeos. So I really enjoy getting to step back in the ring, sort through livestock, because like I said in my bio, I showed all across the United States when I was a kid, so I know the time and the hours that these kids have spent in the barn with their parents. Kids, when you get out of the ring today, tell your parents thank you, because this stuff costs a lot of money, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and people sacrifice a lot so that y'all can be out here. So I ask you that when you get done today and you get back in the back, give your mom, your dad, fitter, whoever it is, give them a hug, tell them thank you. I'm not going to go back and talk through every single one of them. I am really, really pleased with the quality of the lineup. I hope when you've been sitting ringside today, you've been able to follow me. I like to start hogs at the ground. They need to be functional in their skeleton. They need to be able to get out and go. Then you can kind of add all the extras onto that in terms of look and muscle shape and all that. I know these days there's so many additives that you can change these hogs and make them look however you want to. But these hogs got to be genuine. They got to be good at the ground first, because after that, without that, all those additives aren't going to mean anything. I think there's 3 that are out here in contention. The Hampshire, the light cross, and the dark cross. I wouldn't argue with you either way. I think all 3 of them are very, very good in their own right. I'm going to take one last look, and I'm going to pick you a grand champion. Grand champion, Payson Clark. Bring that reserve champion Hampshire back out here in this one. He certainly thrust himself into contention. And like I said, within the Hampshire breed, that one is as gorilla-backed and thick-ended as any that have come in the ring today. He's proportional in the way that one's put together when you step off to the side of him. Maybe in comparison to another one out here, maybe not. It's just fluid out of his hip and hock. But I think that one is certainly in contention. There's another one out here that I tell you what, it's just hard to make in terms of just putting all the extra features on them like this one has and still being able to get out and go and having a really good look about them. The light crossbred.